Yo, dude, Oren here. I got permission to take time off work to live stream this Super Bowl, Super Bowl 60 or LX, Seattle Seahawks, New England Patriots. It's February 8th, 2026, and we're going to have some fun. Just going to get the chat going here. Who do you got, Seattle or New England? I have an open mind. Both teams are really good, but I've been saying for most of this year that Seattle has been a top team, like all around good team for a while. So it was Seattle and the Rams were like neck and neck, and then everybody else were in their own tier, in my opinion. The Patriots were kind of up there too. Like the only flaw that they had, that, in my opinion, is they gave up too many sacks. So I just want to see if you guys can or can't hear the commercials through these headphones. I got it turned up really loud. I don't think so. There we go. Just in case I feel the need to scream, I have this handy. It's a screaming pillow. It's pretty self-explanatory. You bury your face in it, and hopefully my neighbors will appreciate that I have this and I'm not that loud with it. And yeah. There's Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth, and they have already not mentioned Patrick Mahomes. So this is a good start. I suppose I should start with this. I have two apologies I'd like to issue out there. One of them being Brittany Mahomes. I have said some negative things about you, and I want to take them back, and just want to say I wish nothing negative to you or your family. There's no reason to involve you into anything that the players or the NFL are doing. And the same goes for Kelly Stafford. I've said some not so nice stuff, and I wish I could take it back. And furthermore, when Matthew Stafford got the MVP, his four daughters being up there, I saw the clip of them going over the stats of like not just his playing career, but like how many times he took them to volleyball practice and helped them with their homework and that sort of thing. That was the most emotionally like wholesome moment I have seen in terms of like NFL in a while. The daughters all doing that, so that was really nice to witness. And I'm happy that Matthew Stafford got his MVP. He was in the conversation for a little while back in 2016, but he injured his hand, if I remember right, and the Lions made the playoffs, but just kind of as a wild card round exit. But they were really good at fourth quarter comebacks. They had Jim Bob Cooter as their offensive coordinator, who's now the offensive coordinator for the Colts, and he helped them have a really good start and play really well, obviously, until the Colts didn't. So I feel bad for the Irsay daughters, the owners now, because they have a parent that left this world, and they started out great, but then the ending not so much. They're doing the honorary contest stuff in the game right now, but I wish the Colts nothing but the best for those reasons, as well as the Mahomes family and the Stafford family and all that. Still coin toss stuff. Whatever I've been up to lately, around this time a month ago, during like break from work and stuff like that, my family and I went on a cruise, a 4-day Disney cruise. It was a make a wish type of situation for one of my relatives, and I'll just leave it at that. But we had a lot of fun during the start of the Lions and Bears game of the final week of the season. I was across the hall from that bar in a bingo hall playing bingo, and I won at bingo. It was a 5-way tie, but I won the first round of bingo out of the several rounds, and my clinching score was 069, which I thought was pretty funny. And yeah, the 5-way tie, I wound up with $116 from that. So that was one of my highlights, obviously, besides spending time with family, as well as drinking Blue Hawaiians and pina coladas and the adult pool area for most of the time. So I got a couple pictures out there highlighting the vacation. Heads. New England's won the toss. They're deferring to the second half. New England is technically the home team here. The reason for that is they alternate conferences each and every year for home team for Super Bowl, and the even numbered year is when the AFC is the home team. And I don't mean even year as like the NFL season, but even year as the date the Super Bowl takes place. So February 2026. So it's 26, even number year, AFC team being the Patriots as the home team. So if you were wondering why that was, that's the reason why. Just a trailer going on for some scary movies or whatever. There was like Scream 7 or something. What else have I been up to? Over the last year or so, I've been kind of secretly taking some classes at the community college that I work at. It was really just 4 classes. Not this past fall, but the fall before it. I foolishly tried to take them all at once, and I barely got by. I failed one of the classes, but barely got by on the rest of them because I was doing that. I was live streaming with NFL. I was working a full-time job, 2 jobs, and just all around busy, got myself tired. But I retook one of the classes and passed it with an A to clinch getting the degree earlier. And it's this. It's a technical diploma in bookkeeper from Chippewa Valley Technical College, which is in western Wisconsin. I know I have plenty of degrees in already, but I wanted to get one that in a practical field. At least it's practical for now until hopefully AI doesn't take it over. But it's a combination of all of the valuable skills you would want in a business world, especially if you have interest in running a small business one day like I do. So the intro to accounting class, payroll accounting, QuickBooks accounting, and Microsoft Excel. So payroll accounting was the one I didn't pass just because I wanted to prioritize the other classes, and I focused on that last. So I retook that one and got the highest. When I retook it, got the highest grade out of any of the other classes. And I find it very fascinating now that I've gotten to do it because, everywhere that any place you could work at is a job, and every job needs to pay their employees. And, payroll is a factor in every single job if you think about it. So figured why not try to do something with that. So we'll see what happens. I still have interest in lifelong learning stuff. So I don't have any degrees or technical diplomas or anything related to skills trade. I think I might try to, as long as I'm got the life situation I got going on, just why not keep going and keep collecting, HVAC is probably the trade I have the most interest in, just because I work around coolers that don't always work, and I'd always just like to learn how to fix them myself. Like freezers and coolers and stuff like that. The kickoff, they kicked off to Seattle, and we don't get to see Rashid Shaheed return it, unfortunately. It's one of the players I liked. I had him on my fantasy team to start the year when he was with the Saints, and then he got traded, and now he's doing kick-ass special returns stuff. So his name was always difficult for me to get right, just because it was like the hash slinging slashers, like Rashid Shaheed, But I eventually got it. I realized Rashid, as in Rasheed Wallace from the Detroit Pistons, and it was easier there. Anyway, 1st and 10, Seahawks on the 35. Darnold under center. Hands off to Walker, who goes around the left side. Did he get the first down? Out of bounds at the 45. Looks like he got the first down. Oh, yeah, I got a new coffee mug for Christmas. Thank you again, sister and brother-in-law. You know who you are. I know nobody's in here yet, but, people might watch this and play it back. It was a fake. Hand off to the left side. No gain. Patriots are a good run defending team. That's for sure. One of the best. Seattle is the best there. So, yeah, Dan Campbell was right, and he said it in his press conferences all the time. It all starts with stopping the run, and a lot of these good teams in the postseason are teams that are able to stop the run, like Jacksonville Jaguars, even though they were a league leader in rushing yards allowed per game. Jacksonville's defensive line wasn't that good. Seattle passed and got another first down there to Barner. A.J. Barner, yep. Anyways, the reason why Jacksonville's rush defense was good, even though their defensive linemen weren't that good at it, because it's more than just the defensive linemen. It's the linebackers and safeties as well. And play action, Darnold. Cooper Kupp looks like he got it. Out of bounds. He caught it. They're saying a catch. Another first down and then some. Devin Lloyd, Jacksonville's linebacker, and Chad Muma was another one who was specialized in run defense that they drafted that same year in 2022. Both those guys, I assume, are playing on contract years, so they're going to do everything they can. Lloyd was a league leader in interceptions, too, at one point. So on free agent years, they're going to help stop the run as linebackers do what they can to get that money bag. So that's why I credit Jacksonville's run stopping was the linebackers. It's 2nd and 10. They're replaying the catch from Cooper Kupp. It was jiggled a bit, but it looked like he caught it. And it's too late to challenge it now because they already ran a play, which was incomplete. Handoff to the rightish, kind of middle gain of 2 yards. I assume it's Kenneth Walker the third. Yep. And Zach Charbonnet was another running back Seattle had that I like too, but he's injured and out, so which is unfortunate because it's really nice to have 2 running backs, one who is like a physical bruiser who you can rely on to push his way across the 1 yard line to get that first down, and then Kenneth Walker is like the speedy agility guy, and that running back tandem just kind of really wears down the defenses and helps set up the play action, kind of like what the Lions do with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Pass incomplete. That was 3rd and 7. Rashid Shaheed was the intended target, covered by Carlton Davis, and the pass to Sales passed them out of bounds. I'm guessing they'll probably just settle for a field goal, which is fine. Take the points. That is the key to winning a lot of these games. That's like the key to Lions' success or when they fail or whatever, being the first team to score. And if you can score, the better you score, the better it is. I mean, obviously, the kick is up and it's good. The main reason for it is just because of the psychological warfare. The longer time you can spend in the league, the better, because you're the team who feels more relaxed psychologically as you continue in the game, while the other team feels the more pressure from losing at that point. So if you can get a touchdown on your very first drive, and then make sure the other team doesn't score a touchdown, then that's a really good setup for success. Best case scenario, in my opinion, each team's first two drives, one team has 14 points, the other team has 0. But as long as you're not losing after those first two drives, then I think you're good. But 14-0 to start a game, it's tough to come back from that, because even throughout the game, leading, tie, if it's a shootout. Bon Jovi commercial for State Farm. Oh, it's Danny McBride. An older Danny McBride. I love the funny commercials. That's always been another favorite part of my Super Bowl experience. They're doing voiceovers for DraftKings people talking. That's kind of funny. Puka's in this commercial. I'm hoping there's a preview trailer for Avengers Doomsday. I haven't been paying attention to news alerts on possible rumors about it, but that'd be awesome if there was one. I know it doesn't come out till next December, but Shit. I almost spilled my drink. Seattle's about to kick off. But yeah, Disney cruise, I wound up with a lot of souvenirs. This popcorn bucket that I can always bring back to Disney World or cruise or whatever and get free refills, so they say. This is one of 2 cups, one of 3 cups, actually. There's like a Mickey Mouse pirate one that you push a button and then flashing lights and stuff. I drank a free virgin pina colada from it, and they let me take it with me. So here comes the Patriots quarterback. He was a 3rd overall pick just a couple drafts ago. Yes, I admit, it is so weird to watch the Patriots in the Super Bowl without Tom Brady or Bill Belichick being involved. I never had an issue with Brady or the Patriots and all the times they watched the Super Bowls. But watching the Chiefs in recent Super Bowls, like being in there enough, I kind of get it now, like why you would hate a certain team. I never felt that way about the Patriots, though. Oh, I need to. The hand up the middle. Gains about 8 yards, 8 or 9. It's 3rd and 2 at the 38. Pass to the left, and he gets the first down. Stevenson. Or 32, whoever that is. Play action, same play again. Gains about 6 or 7 yards. Just shy of the first down. Second and 2, they hand it off, and he gets the first down. He down to the 46-yard line. You're talking about success with running the ball, and I would agree to it. You establish the running game, you can set up play action, and that's a very common way to win. May was the shotgun, takes a snap, rolls to his right, and he gets sacked. Derek Hall picks up the sack. Loss of about 5. Clock is running at 8:35 in the first quarter. He went up against Will Campbell. It's almost like the second offensive lineman pushed the Hall toward May inadvertently. Ironically, if he would have left him alone, he probably would have gotten that sack, but he made it so much easier for him. Takes the pass, snap again. He's scrambling up the middle with it. Gets a bunch of yards there. Still 6 yards away from the first down, though. Yeah, this Patriots quarterback has legs, too. Kind of a dual threat that you would expect, I guess. I mean, he wouldn't be like Lamar Jackson or Michael Vick or anything like that, but maybe like Aaron Rodgers in his younger days, I would say. Mike Vrabel won Coach of the Year, and what was it? Josh McDaniels won Assistant Coach of the Year. So Patriots coaching getting it done. Oh, under pressure again. Gets rid of the ball. No receiver in the area. I don't know why I didn't throw the flag there. I guess he was pressured out of the pocket. But they'll probably have to punt there. And New England's going to punt. So I predicted the Seahawks would win this game, and this is a good sign for that. Both teams have one drive, and Seattle is the team that came out of those first drives each with the lead. So their odds have significantly increased because of that, in my opinion. But let's see how each of these next drives for each team goes. Budweiser Kinsdale is with Sam Elliott narrating, I think. Oh, it's Baby Yoda and The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian and Grogu. Only in theaters and IMAX May 22nd. Okay. Ben Stiller singing about bananas. Oh, Instacart commercial. Trying to jump off a stage and failing miserably. A beer commercial about skiing or something. Oh, McCulture, that's right. A Winter Olympics theme, no doubt. They're starting at their own 10. Donald and shotgun. Fake the handoff. Passes incomplete. In double coverage. Almost intercepted, though. Second and 10. Donald and shotgun again. Running back on his left. He's going to pass. Pass was complete for about 4.5 yards. Who's number 11? Oh, as if I had to ask. Jackson Smith Jigba. Let's see. 3rd and 6. Not ideal field position for a third down. Oh, almost got sacked. He gets the ball off. Oh, the ball was just too far for JSN to get it. And Seattle's going to have to punt it away. Yeah, Darnold just took one step forward, and the person who was going to sack him just missed him, number 21 on a blitz, I think. He lost his forearm sleeve or whatever. Yeah, that was a much better defensive effort by the Patriots that time around on that drive. Punt was nearly blocked. It's a high one all the way to the 35. And we go to commercial break as they show us the Golden Gate Bridge. Still no Avengers Doomsday trailer. Not to suggest that there is going to be one. I don't know. Just apartments.com. So I'm guessing free agency starts tomorrow, and some people are going to start signing and stuff. The Lions will probably prioritize resigning some of their own players that they have to resign. Hopefully they sign the center from either the Ravens or the Bills. That would be nice. Maybe an edge rusher, either a Phillips, the guy who was traded to the Eagles, or I'd probably take Boyd Mafe from Seattle. I remember him from when they were both drafted. I honestly have not kept track of their stats from their rookie years. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with this free agent cycle or the draft. I think for the Lions, though, I think free agency is definitely important. Maybe more important than the draft this time around. Because the Lions don't have a third-round draft pick, even though they do have the number 17 overall first round. So do you trade down from that and pick up a third-round pick back? Or just pick the BPA? You can just build things. Codex, OpenAI. The pass is complete for a first down and more, down to the 45-ish yard line. He escaped pressure and was able to get the pass off. Impressive pass by the Patriots quarterback. They handed off while he was in shotgun, but the defensive players for the Seahawks were right there to tackle him right on the spot. So that'll be a loss of a few yards. With linebacker blitz. Five minutes to go in the first quarter. Still 3-0. Quarterback in shotgun, standing on the NFL logo, takes a snap, dumps off to the left side. Stopped right there, loss of 1. Seahawks' performance right now is reminding me a lot of when they play the Lions in previous years in the Dan Campbell era and would beat them. I hated the Seahawks for a few years just because they were such a pain in the ass to the Lions, and then the Lions finally beat them on Monday Night Football, and I was like, oh, Seahawks are all right ever since then. So 3rd and 15, and he gets sacked. Oof. Witherspoon on the blitz. Remember when we all thought the Lions were going to draft him, but then the Seahawks took him right in front of the Lions? He would have been nice to have, but, what can you do? And the Patriots are going to punt again. So that's 2 drives per each team, and gets tackled at the 13. And the Seahawks are still leading 3-0. So I'm ever so more confident that the Seahawks are probably going to win this game at this point now, just based on what I said earlier about being the first team to score and being in the lead for the start of the game. Even though it's just 3-0, but the psychology of being in the lead is huge. Brad Pitt with a mustache. What's this? And some lady. Oh, I bet this is one of those Ocean's movies. When they blur out their mouths when they swear, it looks like scribbling out like lines, but in white, or flipping off, or when people are naked. On Netflix. Exploding heads from energy drinks. And they're like mannequins without heads. I'm sorry, I'm kind of half paying attention. Liquid Death. Okay. Disney popcorn bucket. The permanent one you can use forever. I know there's no one in here, so I don't feel rude about eating or anything right now. Their first play, they run it up and gain a couple of yards there. And I was just saying that it looks like we're going to have a defensive football game. Oh, yeah, one more apology to the NBC announcers here. I might not have said some not so nice things to them online. So just frustration for my team I don't know why I felt like I had to take it out of you guys, but again, I apologize for that. Walker gains about 1 yard going up the left side there. It'll be third down. It won't be a third and long, but they're not close to the first down marker, if that makes sense. The high percentage on converting on both third and fourth down is another key factor in success for teams. And to do that, you got to get some yards on first and second down, so that way you're not third and out, and you can get creative and have more options of how to cross that line that's right in front of you. But in this case, they're 3rd and 7. But so you almost know that they're going to pass here. Darnold in shotgun. Gets the ball off to the tight end. He gets the first down to the 28. A.J. Barner. Evaded a couple of tackles, Sam Laporta style. I hope Laporta is healthy for this next upcoming year. I have a feeling that big things are going to happen, especially with Drew Petzing being the defensive coordinator, even though Mike Kafka is over there too for the Lions. Flea flicker-ish play to 22, but loss of a lot of yards. The defense was all over that one. Not a flea flicker, but like a reverse. We got to do smash mouth first and tire out the defense, and then you do the trick plays. That's why they're so effective. That's what the Lions would do. Darnold shotgun. Pass is deflected to JSN intended. Patriots are pressuring a lot. Their DBs pressured both the A gaps. And Darnold got the ball off just in time. Another pass, a deeper one. Was he in bounds? I don't think so. JSN was out of bounds, I think. It'll be fourth down. This feels like a regular but nice Super Bowl without any interference from any non-players who are high-level celebrities in the stand somewhere. That is a nice change of pace. Not that I have anything against any of those people anymore, but punt is up, down to the 30, around the 30. He gets tackled. He takes care of the ball and he goes down. 19 seconds to go in the first quarter. Okay, Roger Federer. John Bon Jovi. He was part of the pregame stuff, I think. Jay-Z. Haley Bieber, Justin Bieber. Adam Sandler. All right, those guys, I don't mind so much. Clock is going to wind down. The quarter is going to end. Still 3-zip. Hey, I got two people in here. Welcome. I didn't know if I was going to get anybody tonight, but glad you're all here. I was about to use this time to talk about some of the videos I am planning to get out there. So I released one a couple of weeks ago, just kind of about like Lion statistics from like the last 4 years, like where they're getting better at, and in certain categories, which ones they're decreasing at, and where I think they need to get better. I'm thinking about doing something similar to that video, but with the Super Bowl teams from the last 5 years, including this one. So like the season with the Rams and Bengals would be one, and not just Super Bowl winners, but all Super Bowl appearing teams, and just compare their stats, what they ranked first or last in certain categories in the playoffs, and try to figure out which statistics are the most important for a successful football team. And I'm halfway through collecting the data for that, but so far what I've found is defense, the most important thing is takeaways, so interceptions and fumble recoveries, while offense, ranking high in that. And then offense, it's rushing touchdowns. If you rank toward the top in that, then chances are you're going to be a Super Bowl team. So things like that. It'll be much more detailed than that coming up. And then I want to do kind of every 31 teams that did not win the Super Bowl, their consolation prize for not winning the Super Bowl. So each team would start off like, this team didn't win the Super Bowl, but at least they got blank. And it'll be hopefully something funny. And then I'm going to do a mock draft for a 3-round mock draft for each and every NFL team. I'll obviously start with the Lions, but and then the NFC North teams after that, and then the rest of the NFC teams, and then the AFC. And I'll try to do that early as possible, because hopefully people watch that content and then they kind of get ideas for the draft. And then that somehow will help the Lions because everyone's smoke screened or distracted. I'll even add a feature at the end of each of those mock draft videos saying, is it real or is it a smoke screen? Meaning, am I telling the truth or am I lying to distract a certain team to help the Lions, so to speak? Because I have done that in the past. So, yeah. This is the first time I've live streamed over the season. I basically missed an entire season. So, for a variety of factors, my work schedule, I wound up working Sunday afternoons and evenings, so that made it harder. But, I try to keep track of some games whenever I can. I'd really like to get back into YouTubing again this next upcoming season, as well as this off season. So I kind of miss it, to be honest. I wanted to take some time away and see if I would miss it. And turns out I do, because I keep doing Microsoft Excel stuff for power rankings to try to figure out which teams are getting good and which teams are getting bad based on certain statistics. And the Seahawks and Rams were the two teams that were always kind of toward the top, but the Colts were always toward the top too, even though they were on a historic losing streak toward the end of the season. And I'm just like, okay, something's not right with this, because they had impressive first half stats, but they're obviously not a playoff team anymore. So when I do power rankings next year, I think I will just do all the teams' last 6 games week to week. It'll be harder to keep track of with stats to formulate that, but I think that's probably almost intercepted by the Seahawks. Almost bounced off the Patriots receiver's hands there. All right. I see I got a like for this live stream. Thank you very much. It all happened on the NFL logo. It's 3rd and 5. On the 36 or 37. The quarterback in the shotgun, running back on his left, 2 receivers on the left, 1 on the right. And they hand it off, go up the middle with it, and he's stuffed right at the line, loss of 1 or 2. The Patriots have not been able to get anything done on the offensive side of the ball. Not necessarily their fault, just Seattle is just a complete team, in my opinion. They can stop the run as well as anybody. They can defend the pass as well as anybody. You name a category Seahawks are good at, and you can just answer with yes. What is the best thing that Seattle is best at? And you can just say yes. Seattle is a complete team, in my opinion. Shaheed, fair catch at the 24. Their only weakness, arguably, was Sam Darnold, whether or not he'll see ghosts or not, and then throw a bunch of interceptions. But the whole Viking situation is funny to me because at this time last year, we were all saying, "Oh, Sam Darnold's good until he isn't. He's seeing ghosts on the most clutch games," and that kind of did happen on that Week 18 game against the Lions for not just the NFC North, but the number 1 seed team. And then the week after that, their playoff games against the Rams, and they got eliminated. So that's fair that you would say that at that time. And then you have a promising quarterback that you drafted sitting for a year. Deep ball, deflected in double coverage. Christian Gonzalez on the deflection. I like him. Good play by him there. And then fast forward a year. You let Sam Darnold walk in free agency. He signs a contract with another team. Now Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl with that team. And then you fire the Vikings GM for letting him walk. And it's like, what the heck are you supposed to do? Like, he didn't come through for you in the clutch, and you let him walk, and now he's in a Super Bowl. And that's – you do the best with the information you have at the time. And the same people are giving the Vikings crap for that, even though those same people before were saying, oh, yeah, he's seeing ghosts. He can't play in the clutch. So that's why you never listen to critics. And that's the same lesson to learn about the Lions pursuing Mike McCarthy's situation. I'll get to that in a minute. Walker had a big run play just there. Seattle's getting going offensively, looks like. I'm watching the replay. Yeah, he got around there and did a stiff arm there. Yeah, he'll have those electric plays. Pass is deflected there. I've been watching Kenneth Walker III ever since his last year in college at Michigan State. Michigan almost went undefeated, but then they lost to State, and it's largely because of Kenneth Walker III. And Nathan Hutchinson was on that Michigan team too. All right. Darnold under center. Hands off to Walker. Goes up the middle with it again. He gets a first down and more. Another breakaway play. Forced out of bounds. Down to the 15. Seahawks offense got some momentum now. And the Seahawks just draft well, too, over the last few years. They get really good football players for all their position groups. Where are they at? The 17. Under center. 1st and 10. They hand off to Walker again. This time they tackle him, lost a 2 in the backfield. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? Keep doing the thing that's working for you until it doesn't work for you. It's a very common, baseball type of thing, I guess. The Lions will do that occasionally. I want to get to that Lions and Mike McDaniel's point, but there's too much going on here right now. Pass. Oh, deflected. Ruled incomplete. That was 3rd and 12. Yeah, he did not see that blitzer on the left side. Screen to the left side. A loss of a couple. Fourth down. Do they go for field goal again? $39-yard attempt. Kick is up. And it is good. Almost nearly down the center. All right. Commercial break. Mike McDaniels and the Lions. So obviously the Lions, it didn't work out with Morton. They need an experienced play caller and that sort of thing. And the biggest name out there is, the Dolphins' former head coach. And at the time, I was reluctantly like, okay, yeah, like, I guess go for it if he's the best option out there. And it's the same thought process about it is like the same thought process, in my opinion, that led the Lions to hire Matt Patricia all those time. You want to get the best, most famous name possible, and then it doesn't work out and gets disastrous. And then Dan Campbell in his opening press conference says, I don't necessarily want the best people here, but the right people here. And I think that's just a lesson that the Lions seem to have forgotten that they learned, like just because somebody seems like the flashiest or is the best option based on what everybody is saying, might not necessarily be the right option. And then the Monday morning that the Bills fired Sean McDermott, I realized Joe Brady's available, who is my favorite coach in this hiring cycle. And I explained this in a YouTube post before because he knows offense. He did really well against the Lions with trick plays, having running backs do receiver stuff, having receivers do running back stuff. He's been a part of playoff teams, playoff wins and playoff losses to learn from. And he knows how to play in the second half of the season and win games in the second half of the season and make comebacks and do that, which is when the Bills stole their division from the Dolphins, the AFC East, a couple years ago. So all that was why Joe Brady was my favorite. And I saw that he was available after the Bills fired McDermott. I was like, oh my gosh, that whole day thinking Lions go get Joe Brady. And he and Dan Campbell were once roommates. They know each other. Here it comes. And then Drew Petzing gets highlighted. Like, wait, what? And I did some basic research on Drew Petzing, and he's prioritizes the running game, and he's really good at third down conversions. And I was like, all right, Dan Campbell thinks this is the right guy. God bless, and move forward. So, and everybody else was freaking out about it because he wasn't Mike McDaniel, and I think I kind of get why. Like, Dan Campbell didn't want Mike McDaniel, because the Lions are a team that wants to run the ball to be able to set up their passing game, while McDaniel prioritizes the passing game in order to set up the running game. So I think there's that difference in philosophies, which is why it probably didn't work out in that way. But that's my thought process for the whole thing. And, Joe Brady was my number one option. Everyone else's number one option was McDaniels, and neither of those worked out. And we got Drew Petzing, and he looks like he'll do some good things. Like Sam Laporta will probably have a monster year. Yeah, and then they brought in Mike Kafka anyway, who I kind of had heard about that they were interviewing him. So maybe he'll do some things as a pass game coordinator or assistant head coach or whatever high role they have for him there. And he did some good things against the Lions. Like, he, as an interim coach against the Lions, almost beat us last year. So, and he has experience beating the Eagles too on Thursday Night Football. Patriots take the ball at the middle, gain a few there. That was just my thought process with that whole situation. Either way, with bringing in both those guys, I guess Dan Campbell could go back to doing head coaching stuff, which I think will be beneficial as well. Like my main concern with the Lions is the fact that Frank Ragnow retired, and they got a couple of rookies in those interior O lineman positions who need to develop, and I think they developed and did a good job. The Patriots quarterback gets sacked. Mills. Where was I? What was the point I was just making? That D lineman just kind of, while pushing back the O lineman, just wrapped up the quarterback and brought him down with his other arm. That was very nice. Yeah, Christian Mahogany was one of the top interior offensive linemen in terms of pass blocking win rate right up until the Vikings game when he got hurt. So he started off with promise there, and I think he did come back, but it didn't look like he did too well after that. But Tate Ratledge, rookie year people, you just want them to develop and not get hurt. Just get reps and try to get better. If you're a high first round pick, then you're probably expected just to be like an all-star starter or whatever. But someone like Ratledge, he just needs to develop. But hopefully the Lions can find a center one way or another. In my opinion, Ratledge should stay right where he's at. Patriots punt it, meanwhile. 9:16 to go in the second quarter. I got to update the score. There's been no turnovers in this game yet. But that's two really good teams who know how not to turn the ball over, so. Oh, those commercials sad. Be nice to that girl and that dog. Stop tugging on my heartstrings. I mean, I could use a neighbor just like you. A Rocket Mortgage commercial. No wonder. All right. And I know for the Lions defense, they talk about maybe trying to get a second edge rusher to start opposite Hutchinson. Maybe you could do that. I think the more pressing issue, though, is the health of the safeties. Kirby Joseph has a lingering knee injury, which could affect him for the rest of his career, unfortunately, and that sucks. And meanwhile, Brian Branch, his season ended prematurely with an ACL injury. So I think it was really apparent in that Steelers game how much they missed Brian Branch. And when he went down, the Lions season kind of went downhill from there. So I think Branch was kind of the missing glue to that piece. Not to take away from Jack Campbell, who is now pro, and he played really well and he deserved that. But, you need a bunch of people to help with stopping the run, which is one of the most important things for Dan Campbell. Ooh, Mario. A baby Mario? Baby Luigi Loshi? I can't wait to see that movie, but a lot of its previews are confusing me. But yeah, maybe sign or draft a safety who can either be a ball hawk and get interceptions or help out with the run game. In my opinion, is the most important thing for the Lions defense there. Because when the Lions were getting more interceptions than they did, that's Kenneth Walker nearly gets the first down. I think getting more interceptions will be very important, like they were able to do 2 seasons ago and 3 seasons ago, and those seasons, not last year when they were down because of the injuries. But I think that's Dan Campbell's formula for defense: stopping the run and getting turnovers, getting takeaways. And I agree with that because that complements your super powered offense. Also, Terrion Arnold, if he has a big year 3, that would be awesome too. I know he got hurt the second year, but you would think someone like him would make a leap. Heck, even who's that other guy that they drafted in the second round after Terrion Arnold? That I don't even remember his name because he's hardly ever played because he's been injured all the time. If that guy can get healthy and do stuff, that'd be awesome too. But I don't think he's developed because he hasn't had the reps in his first 2 years. Play action for Darnold. Almost gets sacked from behind. Gets rid of the ball, but it's incomplete. But yeah, get the O-line back to where it was a few years ago and safeties. That, in my humble opinion, will get the Lions right back into the playoffs and hopefully get them to the Super Bowl. My mom wants to see the Lions get into the Super Bowl sometime in her lifetime. And my grandpa also said the same thing too. And I hope that happens for them and for me. Darnold gets rid of the ball. But yeah, just get into the Super Bowl, Detroit Lions. But, things are very competitive. Their entire division has all had winning records this last year. You got the Eagles. You got the Seahawks and the Rams, obviously. But the Lions do have an easier schedule for technically being a fourth-place team. They get to play teams like the Cardinals, the Giants, the Saints, the Titans. So they'll get a little more advantage that way. Unless, of course, the new coaches some of those teams hired turns out to be super good. They pass to Walker, and he gets the first down. And the Lions got to have a better record against the NFC North. And don't get swept by the Packers and the Vikings. And they need to be able to find a way to do better against Micah Parsons and Andrew Van Ginkel, both of them. Because both of them in those 4 total games were big problems. And the Micah Parsons trade happened at the very last minute, so it's hard to plan and prep for that sort of thing. But, especially when you line up Parsons against your interior, kick him into the interior offensive lineman. But handoff up the middle. Gain of about 2. 5:43 to go and counting in the second quarter. You like this hat? I got it from the NFL draft in Green Bay when I went there on nights 1 and nights 2. It was electric when the Packers drafted Matthew Golden, and it was like, whoa. And then the Lions drafted Tyreek Williams. I was like, oh, I didn't think they would draft that one at that spot. But he seems like a good draft pick. And then Tate Ratledge was there. I didn't expect him either. And then after the Ratledge pick, I went back inside Lambeau Field to warm up, get a hot chocolate and hot dog, thinking the Lions were going to draft till the late 3rd round. And then I kept checking the ESPN updated draft thing, and then all of a sudden the Lions were like 2 picks away from the current pick, and I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. And then I sprinted with such low energy, tried to sprint out there to the best I could, and just as I got out there toward the back of the crowd was Terry Arnold announcing the pick. I was like, oh, Isaiah Tesla, that's who they got. And what do they give up to get that far? Nice punt down to the 1 yard line. But that briefly recaps my story of the NFL draft at Lambeau Field, which is closer to where I live than Detroit would have been. I'm going to get up and refill my drink. I'll be right back. It's another Uber Eats about conspiracies of Uber Eats, or I mean NFL trying to sell food. This reminds me of something else too. Uber Eats commercials are about the theory that NFLs are a conspiracy to sell fans food, whereas the Lions have had several controversial calls throughout this season. In the past years, there's only really like one that kind of defines the season, but this season it feels like it had several, suspiciously in primetime games. You know, the Chiefs game, the Eagles game, the Steelers game. I feel like I could go on, but especially with the way the refs word it in a way where it's like, oh, the Lions did this good thing, but actually, no, that's the opposite. Getting their hopes up just to crush them. And it's I got a phone alarm going off. I don't care. But my point is, I don't think it's like Roger Goodell out to get Sheila Ford Hemp or anything. Like, I think there's certain ongoing storylines that kind of provide a psychological sense of comfort and familiarity, like Patrick Mahomes doing a bonkers play, or the Steelers going 9-8 for another year, and then the Lions get screwed by the refs. Ongoing storyline, and it's all just about SEO. It's all about generating the same headlines and trying to as much clicks and as much money from those as possible. That's my theory with like why it seems like the Lions get the controversial calls a lot, and my solution is just to ignore it and just to never mention it. I think the last time I ever like really spoke out about a Lions controversial call was the Decker reported thing a few seasons ago. Play his whistle dead. Timeout. I don't remember too many penalties in this game so far either. Good on both the teams for that. Oh, yeah, Packers Thanksgiving game was another one. And I think that's all the more reason why it's important for the Lions to get the lead as early as possible and just crush the team as early as possible and make it down the road, not less likely that the game won't come down to a controversial call. You win in the early part of the game, and then you don't have to worry about that. And I think that's why that type of winning is important to the Lions. It takes the refs doing a controversial thing completely out of the equation. Second and 7. Patriots quarterback in his own end zone. Incomplete pass. .4:19 to go in the half. 3rd and 7 at their own 5.5-yard line. Passes off and it's complete, and it's the first down at the 15. That's big for New England. That probably won't have a safety at that point. Ramondre Stevenson tries to run around the right side, gains a couple of yards and is forced out of bounds. Gets the pass off, incomplete. Under pressure. Nothing newsworthy going on. Nothing controversial yet, which is also pretty nice. I was getting tired of the Chiefs doing controversial things in Super Bowls and stuff. Like when Travis Kelce yelled in his coach's face, which was definitely out of line. But the Chiefs got their karma back last year against the Eagles, as we all know. Announcers keep saying the Patriots are flinching. They're flinching. They're flinching. They're definitely losing the psychological warfare aspect of this game. Quarterback gets a deep ball incomplete. Too far. The Seahawks have just been in the league for too long, and they're chipping away. They've been playing with the comfort of knowing that they're in the lead, while the Patriots have been playing with the pressure of knowing that they need to catch up. And now it's 4th and 12. The Patriots have to punt it. 3:03 to go. Shaheed takes it to the 43. And we go to commercial break. I also made myself some Earl Grey with honey, which is now gone cold. I'll microwave it later. But yeah, another Christmas gift. I think I already mentioned this. Shout out to my sister and brother-in-law for this. So Oh yeah, and I'm switching like what I call myself here, casual Lions fan. I'm gonna just call myself a random NFL fan and try to focus on like the NFL as a whole instead of the Detroit Lions. Just to switch it up and see what that does. I'd like to grow this channel, but it's really a hobby. I'm not trying to chase the silver plaque or anything, but just as a way to try to support my team and hopefully they can get to the Super Bowl. And me, my mother, and my grandpa will be content after that. There's a singing toilet bowl. Toilet bowls. Where are we going with this commercial? Take a look at your pee. Yellow. Hydrate with liquid IV. All right. That was promoting that. Oh, yeah. NBA All Star stuff is coming up. I might try to watch that. I might even try to live stream it because I am very casual when it comes to that sport. I have no idea what's going on anymore. I used to watch it as a kid back when the Pistons were really good with like Chauncey Billups, Ben Wallace, Rip Hamilton, Rasheed Wallace, and those guys. But LeBron James really ruined that sport for me just because it always felt like one superstar carrying the entire thing all the way to the championship, just like how the media likes to make it out to be. When to me, that's not what sports is about. It's more about the miracle on ice type of teams where everybody contributes something to teamwork, and you have a fantastic coach, and then they defy all the odds, like the miracle on ice team. The Pistons were that kind of team for me. Baseball, I always thought about that a lot. It can go either way with that sport too. Like there can be superstars, although it's hard to have one person do everything in baseball because there's the side where you're on defense and then there's the side where you're on hitting. Shohei Ohtani is probably the closest you could come to that, but you have to rely on at least more than one player to succeed in that sport. Usually a pitcher and a hitter. But the 2014 and 2015 Kansas City Royals, I think, are my favorite example of a baseball team of that miracle on ice component. Maybe not necessarily that, but like instead of just trying to rely on hitting home runs and starting pitchers who strike out everybody, like they built their team with table setters who are speedy, who hit for contact, as well as elite relief pitchers, and they built their team that way. And they stole bases and put pressures on their defense and the pitchers' minds and stuff like that. That, in my opinion, is how you make a great baseball team. 2-minute warning. TurboTax commercial. I've done TurboTax the last couple of years. Before that, I had been doing H&R Block. I tend to switch back and forth depending on. And I bet all sorts of people are watching this Super Bowl. It's not like anybody's boycotting it or anything. The next time I think about trying to do vacations, this is the list I have in mind. Revisit Universal Studios and try to do the Hogwarts stuff. I've always kind of wanted to check that out. Do a singles cruise to Alaska. Tour the state of Montana, which I don't think many of you know this, but I was born in the state of Montana. I would probably check out the town I was born in, Great Falls. Check out Livingston, which I hear is a big book community. Not necessarily urban, but like people who like to write about fishing and nature and stuff like that. And then Missoula is another town in Montana I'd like to check out, which has all sorts of, so looks like it has a bunch of cool stuff. And Iceland and New Zealand and Australia at some one point or another. And I think that's pretty much it. I used to have a bunch of wanderlusts, but I've already visited a lot of the places I wanted to visit anyway. Like I'm all more about, trying to save for retirement, becoming a millionaire. Maybe not necessarily becoming a millionaire, things like that. But just financial security in the future. I feel like I'm at that age where I really need to prioritize that stuff. And I've been making progress, although I have like a car to pay off and things like that. But, things are steadily improving for me, like they would be for any average adult who's age 35, who is promotes himself as a teacher who is a former journalist. $121 to go. Second and 9 on the 42. Darnold shotgun, running back on his left. Dumps it off to 36. Gains about 7 yards. Couple of yards shy of the first down. Keep running. 3rd and 2. Now, this is the type of third down situation you want because you're 2, you could run or pass or do all sorts of things, and the defense just has to guess. They run it up the middle, get the first down. $32 seconds to go in the half. Timeout is called. Patriots have all theirs, but Seattle is all out of theirs now, I think. It's Jason Alexander and Joey from Friends. Carlton from Fresh Prince. Oh, this is all sitcom callbacks. We're on a break. Ha, Steve Urkel. Tom Brady. Or Matt Damon. All right, that Dunkin' Donuts was not too bad. They tend to have good ones every year. Backstreet Boys.
Original. Yeah. The only one. Yeah. So secure. Yeah. Everything you need. Rock your body now. Everybody. Yeah. Rock your body. Yeah. I still have no idea what this commercial is. Coinbase. What is Coinbase? Oh, it's crypto. No, I'm never getting involved in any of that. I don't know enough about it, and it sounds like a scam. I think South Park or something, somebody covered it. Armageddon ripoff, I think, for a candy bar commercial. Bueno candy bar commercial. Cooper Cup. Okay, so now Seattle takes their last timeout. I must have missed. Yeah, it's hard for me to see the timeouts and those little lines beneath each of the score thingies. I'm going to get ahead of this, though, and just change it to halftime. Second and 3. Darnold's going to pass. Complete first down. Down to the 18. Seattle's going to try to score before halftime's over. Will it be a touchdown, a field goal, or will they walk away from this drive with 0 points, which is the unlikely option, I think, at this point. Oh, it looks like the ball bounced off the ground. Maybe a challenge. No, it was touching, and then he separated his hands. It didn't look like a full possession. I mean, they could challenge it, and what is the catch? For all I know. Just inconclusive evidence, I suppose. Well, two different things from two different angles. Do your best. Sam Darnold blitzed on 65% of dropbacks. Interesting. It's not like he's seeing ghosts. He's just seeing a lot of blitzes. Should do what Jared Goff does and capitalize on the blitzes and pass to where those blitzing people are supposed to stand in their backfield. Gets the pass off. Oh, deflected and complete. Christian Gonzalez almost picked it in the end zone. I'm not one of those YouTubers who obsesses about how good or bad they look about their lighting, but I suppose I should do something to fix this shadow from the bill of my hat because I just got a light going up there. Kick is up and it's good, by the way. So with 11 seconds to go, so 9-0. I miss. So I'll probably comment. I'm gonna. Eleven seconds to go. Six seconds to go. Patriots just doing what they can. They probably just take a knee or get one more play in. Yeah, they've had to punt the entire time. And we are officially at halftime. Let's see if we can pull up some statistics here. Box score. Well, my computer is going bad. I got to replace it. So that's another reason why I haven't been doing much YouTube, just bad computer. Drake May, 6 for 11. Does it say negative 52 yards? Negative 52 yards. And then team is 18. I don't know what that means. No touchdown, no interceptions. Sam Darnold, 9 for 22, 88 yards. No touchdowns, no interceptions. Kenneth Walker, 14 carries for 94 yards. So all the scoring has been field goals so far. Ramon Stevenson, 7 carries for 23 yards. It says Drake May, or the Patriots quarterback. Okay, they just updated it. I don't know what's going on there. 48 yards. Cooper Kupp, 4 receptions, 44 yards. Butte, 1 reception, 21 yards. Sacks. Riley Mills has a sack. Witherspoon has a sack, probably on a blitz. Ernest Jones also has the tackle for less, as is Josh Jobe. I remember that one. That one looked good. Total 3 tackles for loss for New England's defense. All 3 from Craig Woodson. And, yeah. Keenan Thompson doing a show.
No, Tracy Morgan, excuse me. It's been a while since Jason Myers, 3 for 3 on field goals. The longest one, 41 yards. But I tricked him into zooming in. All right, let's do team stats. All right, first downs. Seattle has 10 to New England's 4. Total plays 39 Seahawks, Patriots 0. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think this is completely updated right on the ESPN one, but anyways, passing Seattle 88 to New England's 18. Rushing Seattle 95 to New England's 0. There's been hardly any penalties in this game. Just New England has had 1 for 5 yards. No interceptions, no fumble recoveries. This is like when you have two really good chess players playing against each other, and nothing's going on because like they're all making such good moves that there's no progress made from the other, except Seattle slightly has like the lead. It's like a scoreless tie in baseball, you know? But yeah. Oh, there it is. 39 to 25 for total plays. Just needed a minute to update that stuff, I think. But yeah, Seattle was the first team to score, and they've kept the lead, and they've kept chipping away, and they've spent the most time in the lead. So that psychologically wears on your opponent, you know? The winning team has felt the most relaxed, while the losing team that has been losing for as long as it has felt more pressure. And that usually results in the way that you would think. I'm trying my hardest not to repeat McDaniel when he said, to win the game, you got to win the game. And you can't lose the game. But if you really think about it, that comment does kind of make sense. The Seahawks were the first team to punch their opponent in the mouth, and they took the lead first. And yeah, like I keep saying, that's the key to the whole thing. Have the better first drive, be the first team to score, have the superior first 2 drives to your opponents. 14-0, best case scenario after the first 2 drives. But any way that you can come out with the first 2 drives each with the lead, then you're in good shape. And Seattle's defense and everything has been managed to keeping them in the lead for that whole thing. They've just been chipping away, just 3 field goals in the half. So they're doing what they got to do to get it done. Both teams have really good defenses, so you're not going to see a whole lot of touchdowns, and we have not, and that's what's happening. So, but you got do what you got to do to win with what the opponent gives you. Bad Bunny, they're getting ready for the halftime show. Honestly, I know next to nothing about Bad Bunny. I know there was controversy about it when he was selected, but just keep an open mind to it, I suppose. I want the funny commercials. I remember back in the old days when it was Bud Light and a bunch of doofuses lusting over beer. The Magic Fridge, probably my all-time favorite, with a revolving wall which hides the fridge. And then the guys on the other side are like, guys, the Magic Fridge is back. Magic Fridge, Magic Fridge. I miss that silliness in commercials. But all these have to have a narrative or a story of some type, I guess. Oh, yeah, and all the woke stuff, too. Okay, hot chick.
Not so looking good, too good for the team that you're betting on, hot chick. I don't know what your name is. Now that's more like it. A beer keg tumbling down a alleyway and everybody chasing after it, including what appears to be Tom Hanks. There's all this Winter Olympic stuff going on too. So inspirational. Who's that speaking? Denzel Washington? Blah, 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 blah. Sound test. Sound test. Just checking the settings there. Looks like the halftime show's starting up. All right, so we got sort of a Mexican vibe going on. It's so weird seeing a Super Bowl halftime show when there's still daylight out there. Well, that's San Francisco for you, I suppose. I won't even attempt to mimic the lyrics here. Oh, he falls into somebody's living room in the middle of a live show, halftime show. Interesting gimmick. The only thing controversial that seems to happen so far is the Cooper Cupper catch. Was it ruled correctly or incomplete or whatever? I thought it was incomplete, to be honest with you, but grassy field type of. Haven't seen this in a halftime show before. Who's getting married? Okay, there's a blonde lady in a blue dress singing. I probably should know who that is, but I don't, to be honest. This halftime performance show, to be honest with you, this is just a couple years removed from like, the rappers and the roller skating and all that sort of stuff. I think my personal favorite of all time, or at least the one that is memorable to me, well, the Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson one will always be the one I remember the most because of the controversy about that one. But Katy Perry with the beach ball theme, which was also, if I remember right, the last Super Bowl that these Patriots and Seahawks team played. That would have been what, 11 or 12 years ago? Now he's crowd surfing. Oh, the one with Shakira, like right before COVID. That was Chiefs and 49ers the first time they played in the Super Bowl. That one I liked a lot. And now we gave a record golden award thing to a kid. This is like one random thing after another. All right, I'm bored. I'm just gonna take a bathroom break. Be right back. All right, I'm back. It looks like iRobot has taken over the halftime. Nope, it's commercial. That halftime show was boring. Realfood.gov from Mike Tyson. Oh, now the Pepsi has the polar bears now. They don't work for Coke exclusively anymore. All right, NFL on NBC on YouTube is asking who do they think will win MVP? Jason Myers, Kenneth Walker, or Sam Darnold? Or other. Let's go back and look at the box scores. Kenneth Walker has 14 carries for 94 yards. That's probably the most impressive thing from skill set. But Sam Darnold is 9 for 22 for 88 yards. He hasn't done anything that too flashy, but he hasn't made any mistakes either for Darnold. And then Jason Myers, who is he? That's the kicker, 3 for 3 for field goals. He's I'll give it to the guy who's given the Seahawks their 9 points, Jason Myers, although Darnold and Walker have contributed to them. Kenneth Walker could very easily get it too. During the offseason and during like the winter break, I always get hooked on something. Last year was like Harry Potter stuff. This year it's Seinfeld, and basically just because I renewed my Netflix subscription just to watch the Lions on Christmas, which I may or may not have done. The game where they got eliminated from the postseason, which totally did not undo me watching them in the same place win the division on Christmas Eve a few years ago. But that's why I may or may not have started Netflix. But I've been watching Wake Up Dead Man. I caught up on Squid Games seasons 2 and 3, and just wow. And people are, yeah, that wow. And Seinfeld. I've been brushing up on Seinfeld. I used to sometimes just watch episodes casually, and I obviously know about the contest, and I know about the parking garage episode. That the latter was arguably my favorite, just because me and a friend from college, we went to a Tigers game, and then a similar situation happened to us where we couldn't find the car in the parking garage, and we made a reference to that show. But yeah, my favorite character out of anybody who's appeared on that show, by far and away, Newman. I think he's by far the funniest. And yeah, the actor has been in other stuff in the 90s like Space Jam and Jurassic Park or whatever. And yeah, he just does it for me. And out of the main four, probably hands down Costanza. I think he's very relatable. Even he's a scummy character. They all are in their own ways. Like for me, what takes the cake is he's on that phone call and he's just like, "Yeah, I got the funeral, but after that, my weekend's free. Do you want to go hang out?" And yeah, your fiance just died and you're already ready to move on. And I mean, we all get the context. You were engaged and you were trying to find a way to get out of it without looking like a jerk. But although I will concede that technically the licking of the wedding invitation envelopes was not your fault, in my opinion, because you did say to the fiance to use Elmer's glue for it, and it was her fault that she didn't remember to do that. Even though he picked out the one with the dangerous saliva licking thing on there. Maybe that it's set up to be debated where each side has a point. Kind of like the Ross and Rachel and Friends, we were on a break thing, whose fault that was. But oh yeah, George's opposite day thing I find relatable and actually motivating in that way. And sometimes I'll go to bed with Seinfeld's high-pitched voice trying to make a point, saying something. What are we doing? I don't want to be a pirate. Oh, I got hooked onto that one because while I was visiting my sister and brother-in-law, they were watching Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I watched a couple of shows of them, and I was like, yeah, this is just like Seinfeld, except the difference is Seinfeld being like a sitcom with a laugh track. Curb Your Enthusiasm is like kind of like the Office format with like the camera angles and stuff, but it's just as much a show about nothing, in my opinion. And both shows have like the same scenes where they're trying to pitch shows to network studios. Play 60 Super Kid. The third quarter is about to start. I should probably update this. Aiden Hutchinson has been in a lot of commercials lately, so I wonder if we'll see him in one of this one. Normally, my mindset is, why don't you spend all your time working on becoming a better superstar and then do the commercials? But Hutchinson does work his butt off, and I've seen stuff about it. So I think he's earned the right, in my opinion, to be in commercials. Execute, block, be aggressive. Fake, and then pass. Incomplete. Would have caught it at the 50, but nope. Nicky Man Worry. And there's my phone alarm. They run the ball the left side, gain some yards. He's a couple shy of the first down, though. Third and 3. Shotgun. Passes off. Deflected. No good. Josh Jones. Gonna have to punt. Punted his way. Fair catch at the 9. They hand it off, and he gives about a yard. Down to the 12. It'll be second down. First down. Pass across the middle. Down to the 27. Another first down pass down to the 40 to the 44. Moving across the middle of the field. Right around the NFL logo. Dump off to Walker, and he gets the first down and more. Yeah, maybe he should be MVP. Yeah, they just keep giving it to Walker. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep giving it to him until they can stop him then. And then pass it over where those defenders used to be. That's the philosophy of an offense defeating a defense. Patriots have been demoralized the whole game. Robert Saleh or Dan Campbell said it. You take him out into the middle of the water and then out in the abyss, and then you drown him slowly. Seattle takes a first time out. 9:23 to go in the third quarter. Oh, pass is incomplete. Down toward the 13. Field goal attempt from the 41-yard line. Yeah, that snap looked bad, but it doesn't matter because it is up and it is good. No. It looks too crooked. There we go. Another heartfelt AI type of commercial with a mother daughter. Hey, soft music, kid talking. Google Gemini. Tight end commercial, relaxed. Anyone but you, Kittle. Speedy recovery, I wish you, by the way, George Kittle. And it's the Bruce Arians talking about prostate cancer. There's no Sam Laporta. Oh, great. Relax your tight end. That one might be up there for funniest. Although sometimes it can be hard to get me to laugh, and that's just me. Carlton Davis. Nine 12 to go in the third quarter. Seattle winning 12-0. All New England needs is 2 touchdowns with and then the extra points for each, and then they would be winning. But offense has been very difficult for them tonight. Not necessarily because they're doing a bad job, but because Seahawks have been doing a good job. It's like the scoreless tie in baseball with 2 really good teams. They can barely do anything to counter each other or outsmart each other, or like a chess game where no pieces are being taken because the moves are just too calculated for each other. It's like Batman trying to fist fight Captain America and then seeing his like counter pre-moves and being like, there's no way I can get any advantage over him. So instead, I'm just going to talk him into teaming up or whatever. Pitch it to the Patriots running back on the left side. Gets close to the 4th down at the 40. Handoff up the middle. Loss of about 2. Completely stuffed. Nowhere to go there. A pile of Seahawks players there. Byron Murphy was in the middle of that. I remember talking about him in the NFL draft a couple of years ago. So who were some names I remember the Seahawks drafting I thought were really good picks? There was definitely Charles Cross. There was Kenneth Walker III. There was Witherspoon, of course. That's the one I was the most upset about because I wish the Lions probably would have got him at the time, but it worked out anyway. The guy I just talked about, the defensive lineman. Meanwhile, Patriots quarterback, toss up the middle, incomplete. Yeah, the D lineman I was just talking about, I said his name a minute ago. I forgot it, but I said it earlier. And then Gray Zabel, who is a versatile offensive lineman who can line up anywhere, and he's done some good things his rookie year as well. Oh, and Tariq Woolen. He's a big-bodied corner I liked a few years ago that the Seahawks got. So, yeah, aside from the likes of the Lions, the Seahawks have been another team that has drafted very well these last few years. And New England punts it away. The dark side. I forgot the Seahawks defense nicknamed themselves that. Only evil can sense when evil is near. The Emperor versus the dark side itself. Even though they're supposed to be like the same thing. If you think about it. Is this a Pokemon commercial? God. When will Pokemon die? Okay, that came out wrong. When will the trend of Pokemon become irrelevant? Because it's been around ever since I was 10 years old in third grade with Pokemon cards and everything. I was the only one who wasn't into it. We don't need Pokemon. Pokemon, go away! Jump, 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 jump. Drivers wanted for Volkswagen. Super Bowl being watched all over the world, especially Rio de Janeiro, where the ending of the Shawshank Redemption took place. There's the Ford's arch nemesis, Roger Goodell, who probably laughs maniacally in his evil castle every time there's a questionable official call involving a Lions game. Like I said earlier, it's about SEO and creating more content more than anything. Because after all, it is an entertainment business. The Patriots get a sack for a loss of 10. That's their spark of hope for the time being. Second and 18. Darnold shotgun, running back on his right, tight end in motion, or slot receiver in motion. Dump off pass to the left side. It's caught, but tackled just to gain a 3. JSN's ankle has been taped. What does that mean? What does that mean? They go up the middle with Walker, another 6 or 7 yards. And the punt is away to the 30, and he's keeping it going down to the 50, but there's a flag. We haven't seen too many flags, as I noted earlier. This is another rare flag. What is this flag about, I wonder? Legal back on back. Receiving team number 24. 10-yard penalty. First down. Timeout. A Pringles commercial with the "if you build it, they will come" thing. The model built a man out of Pringles. And then it got tackled, and everybody's eating. The model is crying while she eats one of the Pringles. Ooh, if you're a dog lover, this Ring app will come in handy for you. Available to everyone for free right now. So it's like a motion sensor you put at like in front of your house, and if it connects like to all the houses with all the dogs, and if your dog goes near it, then it'll know, and everyone will know where your missing dog went. That sounds like a really cool idea. But I don't have a dog right now, so maybe someday. Is this a Clydesdale commercial? Because there's a horse, there's a baby bird, a chick maybe. The chick is in the rain, going through struggles. Horse is comforting it. Now we're having a story about these two friends. Where are we going with this commercial? Now it's grown up into a bird or a pigeon or something. Change. What the hell? Now the horse is a Pegasus, or it looks like it. Oh, it was an eagle, a bald eagle. It's a Budweiser commercial. Two guys are like, "You crying? The sun's in my eyes." So just and now they're back at the Super Bowl, and there's an eagle on a horse here too. How cleverly plotted. And JSN's in the blue medical tent. As Tom Brady pointed out, all that's really in there is a massage table. That costs like, what, $100? I will never be curious about what's inside of there again, thanks to Tom Brady pointing that out. Meanwhile, Patriots quarterback is about to get sacked. Gets brought down. Byron Murphy, that was his name. I knew that before. Like I said, Seahawks know how to draft good players. Byron Murphy was one of them. just like Tariq Woolen, Witherspoon, Charles Cross, Gray Zabel, all those type of people. That's why the Seahawks are right where they are, on the verge of winning the Super Bowl. Drops back, gets rid of it, pass is caught, gain of about 7 yards. 3 away from the first down there. And yeah. Most times sacked in one postseason history. The Patriots quarterback is tied with Joe Burrow right now at 19. Interesting. Well, I said that was the Patriots' one weakness going into this throughout the whole season, is that they give up too many sacks. They have Will Campbell. They drafted him, and that's helped improve, but I don't know about the rest of the O-line. Kayshon Boutte. There's been no funny sound bites with that particular player that I've heard of yet. Gray Zabel just wants the first down. There hasn't been one since the first quarter, the announcers say. Jurassic Park commercial. Xfinity commercial. Just interrupting the whole Jurassic Park movie. I like this commercial. Jurassic Park with Xfinity. There's no Newman in it, though. Or the guy who plays Newman. I don't know his name right now. Hello, Newman. Scarjo? Scarjo on a jet ski in the beach sand. Is that an old Lawrence Fishburne? Who will eat the fees? Grubhub. I don't know what this commercial is. I'll just go ahead and say this right now. This has been the best Super Bowl since the Rams-Bengals Super Bowl a few years ago. This is the best one since then. The absolute very best Super Bowl. Until the Detroit Lions are in it. And Seahawks give it back to Kenneth Walker. Who else? Nowhere to go on the 20-yard line, though. Loss of a few yards there. JSN's heading to the tunnel. The independent concussion specialist followed him. So is he under concussion protocol? Have we ever seen people pulled for concussion protocol during the Super Bowl? Darnold takes a snap and shotgun across the middle. Pass incomplete. They say Christian Gonzalez has been the best player in the field, and it's ironic. Yeah, he's done a lot of good pass breakups and a lot of good coverage, so he was another player besides Witherspoon I like for the Lions to possibly draft at cornerback. But that did not happen during that draft. We got Terrion Arnold the draft after. But yeah, sometimes the most hardest working player won't win it all, and that looks like where it's trending to. Meanwhile, it's fourth down, and they're at, well, not close enough to not have to punt. They're going to have to punt. And the punt is away. Someone shouting, Peter! 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 Nah, I won't do it with that. Now they're profiling Mike McDonald, moved to Georgia or something. With a bulldog and a scarecrow. Run up the middle, gain a few yards there. Never seen a shutout in the Super Bowl. I was thinking of the Patriots over the Rams. But I guess the Rams must have got a field goal in that one. I don't think I wound up watching that particular one just because I was busy with work as a journalist at that time. And the quarterback is forced out of bounds, but there's a flag on the play. Is this like the third flag of the game? I don't remember the last time I've seen a game where there weren't so few flags. Holding defense 21, 5-yard penalty. On Witherspoon. Yeah, when you're a good man-to-man corner, you can tend to get handsy every now and then. It looks like the guy who was guarding ran into a defender, and then he ran into that guy behind him. Kind of like in the Jungle Book when the elephants are marching in file, the one in front stops, and then everybody crashes right behind him. That was a funny Disney scene as a kid for me. Where are they at? The 40. Play action. Oh, pass is deflected from behind him. And it goes out of bounds. Almost caught by the Patriots guy. He tried to pass it, and then from behind him, he tipped it. And then it just kind of spiraled up. Kind of like a wounded duck pop-up. That was number 0. The Seahawks also drafted Boy Mafe, too. He was one of my favorite edge rushers during his draft class. Where has he been? How come I don't hear much from him? Is he just like a role player or what? Because he's going to be a free agent, isn't he? 3rd and 5. Oh, fumble! The first turnover of a game. It got knocked out of his hand, and the Seahawks jumped all over it. Derek Hall. Maybe he should be MVP. And the Seahawks are doing this in the end zone, flapping their wings. He just punches it out of his hand. Number 58. Brilliant performances ever. I would agree too. It's not flashy with offense and stuff, but like schematically, it's been very good. Just Seattle's been able to get the ball down the field better to get the field goals and chip away. And they get a first down on a Barner pass. End of the third quarter. Seahawks a dozen. Patriots a goose egg. Just checking Facebook here. Oh, that was Ricky Martin. At one point, I guess in the halftime show, it looks like he's singing, but I never would have known. All right, we're back at it. Fourth quarter starting. They hand off to Walker again. Gains about a yard. I keep forgetting to say Jackson Smith-Njigba as one of the draft picks that was really good, even though he's like probably the most talked about star for them throughout the season. Rollout. Pass. Deflected. No flag. We're starting to get to the point of the game where Seattle, all they have to do is not make mistakes and wind down, eat as much clock as possible. Play action bootleg. The pass just wasn't quite accurate enough, I guess. Third and 9. Caught, first down. Cooper Kupp. With Christian Gonzalez on the coverage. Bob Dylan, is that what they said? Darnold was under center. It's a play action again. Passes. Touchdown! The first touchdown of the game. A.J. Barner. And the Seahawks look like they're blowing this wide open. It took to the fourth quarter, but we finally got a touchdown. I think the Patriots are just really worn out at this point, just waiting for it to end. They're nearly about to drown, per the Robert Saleh metaphor or whoever. Extra point is up and good. $19-zip. Thor holding a snake from a tail. That's funny. Chris Hemsworth's paranoid about AI trying to trick it into getting killed. Now he's fighting a bear. Oh, it's an Alexa commercial. That's funny. Ooh. America's favorite. Chip! Patriots have not had a snap inside the 43-yard line or something like that. And the Patriots quarterback is pressured and runs out of bounds. 2 yards shy of the first down. All the Patriots need is 3 touchdowns in 12 minutes, 54 seconds, and then they can win the Super Bowl. Will it actually happen? Wait, why is Vrabel yelling at the ref? What's going on? What's going on with Diggs? Oh, Diggs got just shoved for no reason. Little scuffle. Yeah, no flags thrown there either. He threw a punch. They can't throw him out of the game because they didn't throw a flag. That's probably going to be the controversial thing talked about by people afterwards. There hasn't been much of it, but that's probably the one thing the media and press and news content creators are going to focus on to make their nut. They take the snap. 2nd and 4. Deep pass caught. Down to the 40. Mac Holland. That might just be the Patriots' biggest play of the game. Tiny holes in the zone. Snap is off. Another deep pass. He caught it, and it's a touchdown, Patriots. They will not be shut out in this game. They might lose, but they won't be shut out. Those were some impressive passes by the Patriots quarterback. And that receiver was covered very tightly, too, although Woolen was slightly late getting over there. They'll worry about the 2-point conversions when they get closer, I'm sure. Just, take the points, take the guaranteed points for now, and then figure it out when you get closer. All right. Best friend was the bologna. Mayonnaise. Sweet sandwich time. Comparing the quarterback stats, each one has a touchdown and no interceptions, but Patriots quarterback's been sacked 5 times, while Darnold only 1. One of them did have the ball punched out of their hands, and that was a fumble recovery that they lost. So Shaheed gets down to the 30. Now they're talking about Christian Gonzalez. First and 10, 12:22 left to go. Ball is on the 31. Darnold under center, in motion, play action, bootleg to the right, pass is caught, first down to 22. JSN back on the sideline. He's cleared. JSN's back in the... He's out in motion and stuff. He's back in the game. Hand up to Walker. Goes nowhere on that one. New England wants them to throw the football. They have a 6-man down line thing. They want the turnovers. Oh, tried a screen pass, but it was batted down. Incomplete. 11 minutes exactly to go. Deep pass from Darnold. Almost caught it. He dove for it. Didn't get it. Incomplete. It'll be 4th and 11. Carlton Davis on the coverage. Saying Patriots might have a chance after this punt, but I don't know. I wouldn't get my hopes up. They've been behind this entire time. The punt will bounce to... They stop it at the 2. All things considered, it turns out to be quite a good punt for Seattle there. It was a hard-to-catch ball, and it bounces to like the 2. First and 10. Snap taken in the end zone. Deep pass, incomplete. Not that deep, but still kind of. That receiver was quite wide open, too. Dump pass to the left to Stevenson. He hurdles the guy, gets the first down, goes out of bounds. A deep pass. Triple coverage. Incomplete. It almost looked like it was intercepted, but it must have bounced off the ground. Just couldn't come down with it. It was like a deflection, then almost an interception caught, but couldn't come down with it in time there. Oh, the quarterback scrambling up the middle that gets the first down and more, down to the 30, almost the 40. But it looks like they're trying to do hurry up and trying to hustle more, which is why I think they're going to lose. The announcers are trying to contribute to some false momentum that they think the Patriots might have. I don't know about that. They're playing more urgency. It's like they realize that they're behind, but they're going to make a mistake eventually. There it is, an interception. Could be a pick six. Nope. Number 20. That's what happens when you try to play more urgently and playing from behind and having that mentality. You make more mistakes like that. And that's what happened right there. Who's number 20? Love. A first interception of the game. All right, just eat the clock. There's a pitch to Walker, goes around right side, gets a first down, goes out of bounds. Hand off up the middle. He gets another first down again. Give Walker the Super Bowl MVP. They were expecting JSN to do stuff, but I think Kenneth Walker's earned it. You know, Darnold hasn't had a flashy game, but he's done his job, not making any mistakes. The field goal kicker's done his job too. Hand it off to Walker again. Gets about 3 yards that time. Jeff Hafley leaving the NFC North was a good thing, but Brian Flores staying not so much. Walker again, but he chips. Gets maybe a yard. 6:20 and counting. At the 11-yard line. Pass. Complete. Caught short of the first down. Gain of maybe 2 or 3. And they call a timeout. Seattle does. They're looking for the nail in the coffin here with a one more touchdown. 5:35 to go in the game. Jason Myers, most points scored in a single season, including postseason, at like 222 at that point. But they're doing a 26-yard field goal attempt. Kick is up and good. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. That might just be the nail in the coffin. What's 22 subtract 7? 15? What would it take for New England to tie this game before the end? 2 touchdowns, one of them with a PAT, and then another one with a successful 2-point conversion, right? That would be 15 points. 15 plus 7 is 22. That would tie the game at 22 apiece. Sweet Caroline. Oh, good. So good. So blindly good. Trayvon Henderson kicking, returning to the, 40? Out of bounds. Oh, Patriots quarterback once again is going to get sacked. Seattle's 6th sack of the game. Got to buck a 4-man rush, they say. Pass caught, first down across the 45. Patriots still playing with urgency. 4:47 and counting to score 15 points. I know it's everybody's job to keep the game interesting and create suspense on. Wow. They knocked it out of the quarterback's hands. Another fumble recovery. Scoop and score touchdown for number 7. That's the nail on the coffin there. Wowzers. Tell me the name of number 7. I think the celebrations are just going to start on the Seahawks sideline. Tied most in Super Bowl history with 7 sacks. Fine, I'll check it myself. Nuasu. So he was sacked, and it was a fumble caused by Devin Witherspoon, recovered by Nuasu. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but, good on you. I think it's pretty clear who's going to be winning the Super Bowl during this 2025-2026 NFL season. The dark side defense. Flag on the kickoff. There will be no 1-yard line mistakes to end the game drama with this matchup this time. Most points by a kicker in Super Bowl history. I wasn't listening to the full thing, but you know. $353 and counting. Patriots are trying to make something going. Oh, there's a flag on that play. They're just running around being good sports at this point. Just telling themselves they don't give up no matter what the circumstance. Talking about John Schneider, President GM of Seahawks. He's done a heck of a job. One of the best in the game, besides Howie Roseman and Brad Holmes, respectively. Oh, nice play by the Patriots. They got a catch down to the 7. Patriots trying to score a touchdown. Almost did. It was just out of his reach, out of bounds. For New England, I don't think they necessarily had a bad game. Mike Vrabel did very well. Josh McDaniels, the offensive coordinator, did really well. The Patriots quarterback has done really well all season. They just ran into an opponent that has a really good defense and a really good all-around team. Oh, he just kind of flips it to the receiver, and they score a touchdown. That play was impressive. It was like a flip as he was falling. Almost hit the ground. And then he gets in for a touchdown. Garbage time touchdown. But it's not like they had made mistakes, woe on me and all of that. They just ran into a really good defense, in my opinion. A really balanced overall good team in the Super Bowl. Excuse me, sorry. 2-point conversion attempt. With 2:21 to go in the game. In triple coverage, it looks incomplete, but the receiver looks like he got hit and injured. Onside kicks. This would be the first this postseason if they did a 5 out of 52 have been successful throughout the season. This would be the first one of the postseason if New England does it. Are they declaring it officially? He's aligning the football to make it look like an onside kick. Seattle Kodak moment. One more timeout. Jay Harbaugh, special teams coach for Seahawks. Son of Jim Harbaugh. Okay. And the Seahawks easily get it. The onside kick. They're mixing up the Gatorade in the cooler. They're stirring it. It looks yellowish, lime greenish, that flavor. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Check, 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 checkity, check. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Walker, who else gets the ball? Handoff. Oh, and Walker breaks through and everything. First down and more. He's probably going to score another touchdown. Because why not? But there's a flag on the play. With 2:01 left. What is the flag? Holding offense. Yes, I'm still. They keep watching. Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, man. Try it again. This time just gets tackled at the 1. And we're officially at the 2-minute warning. 4th and 22 for the Seahawks. They're going to punt it away. 1:57 to go. All the timeouts appear to have been burnt out. Line drive. Goes down, out of bounds at the 6. In less than 2 minutes, give or take, Sam Darnold will be a Super Bowl champion. All right, free agency, GMs, agents, your phones are about to ring. Who's going to sign whom? Oh, 1:03 to go and counting. Patriots trying to get one last score. There's a flag on the play, and he gets sacked again. Another flag thrown out of bounds. Hands in the face. Hail Mary. Incomplete. 3rd and 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The game is officially over. The Gatorade bath. In the 2025-2026 NFL season, the Seattle Seahawks get the last laugh. Not the Kansas City Chiefs, not the Chicago Bears, not the Green Bay Packers, but the Seattle Seahawks get the last laugh. And Sam Darnold is a Super Bowl champion. The Seattle Seahawks get the last laugh. Not the Chicago Bears, not the Kansas City Chiefs, not the Green Bay Packers. The Seattle Seahawks get the last laugh. Let's watch this celebration. I love you, Mom. Enjoy yourself. There's Sam Darnold. If Sam Darnold can win a Super Bowl championship, so can Jared Goff. All right, I'm going to go. Thank you for everybody who chimed in tonight. Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. Hopefully next year the Lions can make it to the Super Bowl. That's the goal. Always remember, if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it.